So hi everyone, this is Drastic from the Achievement Squad, coming at you with another 100% walkthrough. This time around it is for the indie title, Lost Ember. So, as a heads up, there is a full spoiler warning in effect from this point onwards as I show you every cutscene in the game. In this video we do show you how to find every collectible. So the collectibles are mushrooms, relics, animals, legendary animals and memories. There's about 260 odd in the end, it's a lot. It's going to take you roughly 4 to 5 hours to get to the end of this game. Probably a little bit longer if you're following along with the video. So, as a heads up also, there is a couple of bugs here and there with the game. You may fall through the map from time to time. Just restart your checkpoint. However, the game saves every time you pick up a collectible, so that means you should not have missed the collectible you picked up last. Now, time to get this show on the road. I'm not going to narrate the first bit up until you point to get to the cave because you are literally just walking in the straight line to begin with.
The water will lead us, the fire will free us, and the light will guide us home. That's your way into the city of light. After you close your eyes for the very last time, you will rise into the light like a spark from a fire. All will be welcomed who follow the Yanran ways faithfully. The others, they are thrown back into this world as wild beasts. Lost Embers. Hey, come back here. Kalani!
Excuse me, would you maybe help me with... Oh, hey you. I just need someone to... Is there no one here that understands me? Oh, good morning. Would you mind helping me with something? I promise it takes just a minute. Oh, thank you. It's in a cave just a bit downhill from here. Go ahead, I'll follow you. I've been stuck here for ages. You're the first one that's willing to help. Would you believe that? I'm supposed to be in the City of Light. Have you heard of that? It's where all the true Yanran spirits are supposed to go after their death. But I've been trapped here by this barrier for so long. I don't know why. I think there's something left for me to do here. And I'm pretty sure that amulet has something to do with that.
Okay, so you're coming up on the cave now, and this is going to contain your first relic collectible of the game. There is only one relic in the prologue, so you literally keep walking forward. There will be a cutscene with a skeleton, and you just grab the relic after the cutscene is over.
Do you see the amulet? Can you get it out? Oh, thank you. Let me see. I haven't read the Yanran script in ages. What does it say? Kalani? No, that wasn't my name. Maybe this isn't my body after all. I do remember that name. What? It's you. The amulet. That's Kalani. Wolf, are you?
It's time you reach the light you long for. This Lost Ember needs your help. Let this aid you on your way.
Wolf, was that you? Were you Kalani in a former life? But that has to mean you were banned from the City of Light. You're the Lost Ember. Maybe I can help you reach the City of Light if you'd help me. A true Yanran spirit and a Lost Ember, side by side.
Okay, now that you've got the first collectible in the game, we're going to head over to the first animal in the game that you can possess. So this is a new mechanic that you're going to get introduced to. Each animal has their own special ability that comes with it. So the wolf is very fast at running, and wombats can roll and get through very small holes. So the first animal is going to be a wombat. The little light will encourage the wombat out of the hole, and when you're prompted to, push X or square.
We have to get you across if we're going to get anywhere together. Let me see if I can find some way to help you. I didn't find anything but these two. Wolf, your mark. Look. What's happening? Wolf?
Now that you are a wombat, you want to look to your right and you'll see a tiny little hole that you can wander into. Make your way into this one, and down at the end you will be able to scan and get your first mushroom. So examine that one, and that is mushroom one out of many. There are different types of mushrooms, so yeah, there are many more to come. Exit the cave, take a right, and you want to follow the path through, and eventually you will just come across mushroom number 2.
We'll have to find out more about you. Come on then.
So now we're going to come up on the first kind of miscellaneous achievement of the game. So you want to walk up to this berry bush just in front of you, and you get a prompt on the screen for doing silly little things. And in this case, you want to eat all of the berries that you can. Now, walk over to the pile of berries, push to the right on the directional pad, eat the berries, and eventually you will get an achievement for eating too many berries. You can never have enough berries. Now that you have your berries achievement, the munchies, you want to push on. So keep following the main path forward, and eventually you will exit out into the first chapter of the game.
coming closer to the barrier that's keeping me here. I haven't been able to leave this place for ages. Maybe you can find a way through.
So now that you're out of the cave, push the B button or the circle button and you will return to being Wolf again. Straight away you want to take a left and you want to follow the path to the left, and in just behind this tree you will find mushroom number 3 of the game. Now that you have this mushroom, you want to follow this path around, so head straight up and take a right, and in the distance you're going to spot a tree which is straight in front of you. It's a big one, so it's just there ahead over the top of the hill. Take a left and go around this edge piece here, and as you get closer to the tree you will see a beam of light that is coming up from just by its roots. That is the next relic collectible. Now from the tree, you want to start heading your way over to what is looking like a big red flare. So head down the hill, and as you can just see to the left there is another little beam of light. That is the 3rd relic collectible that you can get your hands on. Once you've done that, you want to head over to the flare and you want to press Y on it, or triangle, to activate the memory, and this is the first major memory collectible of the game.
What is that? I think we're seeing the past. Wolf, are you doing this? Yes, do you see the amulets? They're clearly Yanrana. Our people. Children of the Emperor. Where do you think they were going? Oh no. Bandits. Wait. That's Kalani. Wolf, that's her. I mean you again. So you were a bandit? I suppose that this has to have something to do with why you're not in the City of Light. If we can find out more about you, I'm sure I can help you out of here. What? How did that happen? Was that the memory? Wolf, do you think that...
Okay, and once you've got the memory, you'll be able to smash through the red barrier that was holding back the little light. Now continue on the path. This time around you want to hug a left, and as you're going up, you want to go through the trees and the branches, and just behind the rock you are going to find the next mushroom. Continue forward, and when you get to this area here, you'll be prompted to possess a wombat. Once you've done that, you want to go through a tiny little cave to the left and follow the path through and exit out of the other side. Once you're out of the cave, we're going to go get the next achievement. So you want to make your way up the hill. So head up to the right, follow the bushes just around. And up here is a relic that actually looks like a Pokeball. And it's going to get you the Pokeball related achievement. So it's a nice little Easter egg for you guys there. From the Pokeball, we want to make our way down the hill that is just to the right, so the one we came up. And just as you guys know, there is an achievement also for rolling a lot as a wombat. So as you come up to the hills, you can tap A and you will start to roll. This is actually the fastest way to move as a wombat, but it requires hills to get momentum. There is an achievement for rolling over 1 mile. Now this particular area has got a lot of stuff in the way, so it can actually knock you and stop you and slow you down. But in the next area, you'll be able to farm that quite easily. So there is a very large hill where you can go up to the top and you can roll down. I don't roll that often through the game, so hence the reason for farming it at this point.
That's the bandits.
Okay, so once you get to the top of this hill, this is a good area to farm this particular achievement. So head up to the top, turn around, hold the right trigger to start running, and hold down the A button to start rolling. This will get you some serious speed and get you some coverage. It took me about 5 times to farm in full the rolling. I'm not going to do that in this video. I'm going to cut that out so you don't have to watch me roll, because you're going to be doing that yourself. But about 5 times for me to get the achievement to unlock. Okay, so once you've done your rolling of your accumulative mile, you're going to want to head back up to the top of the hill and you want to go over where you just are. So as you can see here, about a third of the way down, the achievement pops for me for rolling too much. Once you've got that, head back up to the top of the hill and progress forwards. Now when you reach this section, the first thing you need to do is possess the duck that is straight in front of you. So just hold down the X button and take control. Once you control, you're going to make your way over towards the end and you're going to want to fly the way down. Now there is a achievement for spending a lot of time airborne. You will get this naturally throughout the game. You won't need to farm it. So fly up, and straight ahead of you, you're going to see a cave with a bit of beam of light coming out of it. You want to fly into this one here, so you tap X or A to accelerate, you press the left trigger to fly down. The duck does eventually glide down to the bottom anyway. But in this cave you will find your next relic item to collect. From this one, we're going to continue on out and we're going to grab the next mushroom. So follow the cave all the way down and you will come to this opening, and straight ahead of you, you will see an island that is in the middle of this big lake here. You want to fly to that one that is straight in front of you, and on that island you will find the next mushroom. From the next mushroom, we're going to get our next few animals. So you want to hop down into the water, fly a little bit towards these waterfalls just here near where you came, and you'll find these baby ducklings. So hop into the mind of this tiny little duckling and then swap back to the larger duck once you have done that. Now near these little ducklings there is also Kiki. If you guys get that reference, let me know. So head into the capybara and possess that guy as well. He doesn't do a whole lot, so switch back to the duck once you are done. From here you want to head to the left and you want to make your way up the hill, and you want to get up as high as you can. Once you're up top, have a look over to the right and you will see this broken tree. You want to fly towards the roots of that broken tree. On the inside you're going to find your next relic to collect.
Held me back. It didn't disappear. It only grew larger. I can't pass until we break it, Wolf. How did we do it before?
From that relic, head out of the tree and look straight ahead of you, and you will see a red kind of flare in the background. But you want to fly down to the lake first of all, and this tree that is situated in the middle will have a mushroom on it. So fly down and grab your next mushroom. Once you've had that one, you want to head over to the next memory. This memory is a dual memory, so once you scan it the first time and you pick it up, you will get the first part of the memory, and then it's going to prompt you to find the second part. You'll need to hold down your left bumper or L1 to track down the next part of the memory. It's normally very nearby, it's not too far away most of the time.
The bandits' camp. Did you live back here? Seems like you were their leader. And who is that? Her name on her amulet. It's Wayla. See? We weren't all bad. You did care for her. I'm sure there's a way for you to redeem yourself.
Okay, so now we want to push on. So we're going to start making our way back towards the barrier that is now ready to be cracked. Smash through that barrier, and you're going to get the opportunity to possess a hummingbird this time around. So straight in front of you, you'll see a little swarm of hummingbirds. And these guys, you just tap the A or the X button to move fast. You use your left triggers, your right triggers to go up and down. Now this area is a little bit difficult to navigate, so I apologize in advance, but there are a lot of collectibles on different levels in this particular spot. So start by flying upwards and going to the left a little bit, and you'll see this weird shaped rock in front of you. Head over to that rock and there is a cave. Go inside and you will find your next relic, and you'll also get the Viva Pinata achievement for this relic.
Your memory of the past. I think I know why I'm still here. I'm your spirit guide, to guide you to the City of Light. They must have sensed that you had good in you too. I'm sure of it.
Now from this relic, fly out, take a right, and you see this little circle, cliff thingy. Fly over to this circle hole on the right hand side of that last relic, and you want to grab that mushroom. Once you've done that, you want to about turn, and we're going to go over to a mushroom that is by a tree. So apologies about the cut here, I got lost a little bit trying to do this. So head down and head over to this tree that is directly in front of you, which is perched on the edge of a cliff. And these mushrooms are a little bit hard to spot, but they are right by the tree's roots. Okay, so from these mushrooms, we're going to go get our next relic. So turn around and head down to the water that is in front of you and continue straight forward. So you want to go kind of follow what looks like a path. Head down, and when you get to the bottom, there's going to be some wombats, and you just want to, once you reach these wombats, you want to turn to the right and fly over the stuff that's just there, and you will find your relic at the foot of this tree. Okay, so from this relic we're going to do a bit of a backtrack. I apologize. So fly up between the trees and fly up as high as you can so you can see properly. And you want to start flying back the way you came, but hang a left and you want to just go over the top of the mountains that are just in front of you because it's a little bit quicker. You're going just to the left of the Viva Pinata collectible that you picked up earlier. And you want to hug the left as you come out, and you want to follow this red kind of trail of flowers down. And eventually you're going to hit this cave on your right hand side, and your mushroom is in the cave. From the cave mushroom, we want to exit. We want to take a left at the cave, after you get out of the cave. Keep moving forward, and by this pillar here, to the left, your next mushroom is behind it. Now start making your way back towards the cave mushroom, but instead of going towards the cave mushroom, we want to take a sharp left. We want to follow the pathway down until we reach a waterfall, and in and around the waterfall we're going to find the next mushroom. So keep following the path, and as you're coming in here to the right, you'll also see a relic above you. We're not going to get that just yet, but you want to head down through these trees, and on the right hand side where these ducks are, you will find the next collectible. So on to our next mushroom. Follow the river back and keep hanging a left, and you'll see this waterfall on your right here. We want to just go past that one and continue forward. Follow the rocks to the right, and eventually you will find a mushroom just behind, or just on top of a rock just here. Pick that one up for the next collectible. So now we're going to go get the next relic. So from that mushroom, we want to go up and we want to turn around. So turn around and you want to fly up. And you'll see the waterfall is directly on in front of you to your left. Fly over to the top of that waterfall and you will get yourself the next relic. And from that relic, we're going to go grab ourselves another collectible. Fly straight up from this one in particular. And at the top of the rock, you will find a mushroom just on your right hand side. Grab that mushroom. And this is, I think, it's the first red coupling mushroom also. From that coupling, we are going to go find our first legendary animal. And this is a legendary wombat. Here, pretty cool. So you want to head off of the edge just to the left of that mushroom. You want to fly down into this area, and they're generally wandering around. So sometimes, I mean, here he was being a little bit stubborn with me and hiding. He was in the bushes. But these guys stick out like a sore thumb. They glow brilliant white, and you just want to hop into them to possess them. And this counts as you finding a legendary animal. There are 6 in total. There's an achievement for getting 1 legendary animal, 3 legendary animals, and then finding them all. Now, my game does bug out a little bit later, but I'll explain it nearer the time for that particular thing. So once you've got your wombat, you want to follow the path to the right, so backtrack a little bit, and you want to go underneath this branch, and you'll find a mushroom just beyond this point. Once you've got that mushroom, we want to backtrack because we're going to be done being a legendary wombat now. So head back to where you found this guy, and just to the left of that you'll see this kind of little red cloud in front of you. It's not very clear, but that's where your hummingbirds are. So they're around this kind of pollen. Possess a hummingbird to get into control again. And now we're going to go after the next mushroom. So from here, fly out. And this one's a little bit tricky to find. You want to fly down, and you want to continue through these rocks just here in this gap. You keep flying forward, and eventually you're going to come across a log. This log has got a very small hole at the bottom. Go into this log and follow the log upwards, and you will get the next mushroom. You want to back out of the log now, and now we're going to kind of push forward towards the end of the level. So fly out to the left and then to the right and up, and keep going forward, and you'll see these red flowers on the floor that are kind of marking the path forward. And there is a tree collapsed between the two cliffs ahead of you. In the roots of that tree, you will find the next collectible. Once you've had this one, all you need to do is head down to the bottom, switch back to the wolf, and just follow the path forward, and this will take you to the end of the level.
I'm so glad I found you. This would be unbearable without you by my side.
I feel the same. Look at our village. Lifeless and sick.
We can't just watch any longer. We need to do something.
Okay, so here we are in chapter 2. Start off by heading down the hill to the right and keep following the path down. Now stop at this rock just here on your left, and you want to take a left and you can head into the trees. And in this trees area you will find the next mushroom, and it is behind a tree. It's quite well hidden. It's a bit of a pain to find this one. Once you've got that one, you want to head out and we're going to grab the next relic. So head back to the main path and keep following it for a little bit. Okay, so you're about halfway down the path now, and take a right when you see the smoke for the first time, and you want to head further in, and you'll see a relic glowing in the distance. This one I believe is Axe. From this one, you want to head over to the first memory of the level. You can't really miss it, it sticks out like a sore thumb.
Kalani. Wolf. That's you as a child. It's your walker. The day you got your amulet. And your very own turpoi dagger. I still remember my turpoi. It was the most precious... Your father looks really proud. A Tevo. You know, these amulets were what made us full members of the Yanran Society. They were deeply tied to our identity and gave us our name.
Okay, now it's time to bag ourselves some miscellaneous achievements. These are actually very missable, and one of them is slightly frustrating. So continue along the main path, you'll come up to this log which you'll need to cross over. Once you've done that, there is a lake to your left hand side. Once you're in that lake area, you want to possess the tiny little duck that is floating around, and you're going to go through a waterfall that is nearby, which is kind of covered up by a log. So here at the water, take the left. You'll head in, you'll see normal ducks, you see baby ducks. Take the baby duck and take him away from his family. Swim over to this log here, and you want to go through this tiny waterfall that is just in the background. You'll bag yourself an achievement for going through here. And then you're going to have to play a Flappy Bird style mini game. It is a pain. I was never good at Flappy Bird, so I'm going to cut this out so you don't have to endure it. But you tap the A button, you fly through the gaps, and eventually at the end you will find another relic, and you'll get the achievement for completing this mini game. Now we want to be a normal duck. So possess a normal duck, head out at the pond area, take a left, and you'll see this ruin on your left hand side. Directly behind this is your next mushroom. Now we're going to get a lot of flying done in this point, so you're likely to bag your achievement at this time for flying too much. So once you've got that one, make your way down to the end. We're going to jump off and we're going to hug the right, and we're going to fly out to a mushroom that is on the ledge. You can kind of see it just straight in front of you. Keep tapping that A button to stay afloat, and you want to grab the mushroom that is just on this rock in the middle of high stuff. Now from here you can probably already see the next mushroom we're going to go after to our left. So fly over to those ruins and pick up that mushroom. Now onto the next mushroom, which is not too far away. So head to the edge here, jump off, take a left and hug the wall to the left, and you'll see these ruins just at the top of the hill on your right. Your next mushroom is hidden in that section. And now we're going to go get our next relic. So this is the third relic of the level, I believe. So turn around from that mushroom and you want to fly straight over to the island that is in front of you. It's got 3 ruins on it. Keep going forward. Now just to the right of this tree, you will see the ruin in the relic is in the corner. Okay, so now we're going to get a little bit tricky here. So we're going to have to do a bit of a flight. It's a bit of a long haul one. You want to kind of climb all the way up to this wall, and then look straight in front of you. You will see this waterfall. You want to jump and you want to fly, and you want to keep heading to the right hand side of this ledge. You're just going to about make it. Okay, you can go backtrack and take it from the top if it's easier, but in this case you can actually just about scrape the landing, as you see. So once you're on this ledge, you want to follow the rocks around to the right. So jump out, fly around, and make your way down to the end. Once you've hit this cliff here, jump out, fly around again, and then hop over to the next part on the left hand side, and you will find another mushroom there. From this mushroom, we are going to go and get the memory over here. As you can see, the smoke is rising away in the distance. So kind of reposition yourself down at the end of the ledge, jump on over and fly down and collect the next memory.
The Emperor's soldiers were taking everything these people had. Didn't he see the people were starving?
So now that you've got the memory, we want to head into these ruins and we're going to make our way up the stairs. So keep flying at whatever opportunity you get as well, just to keep farming the achievement. I want to grab ourselves the next mushroom. So once you're at the top, you want to take a right. No, you don't. You want to take a left. You see I get my achievement when I'm not even flying. And then you want to continue up this slope just here. When you're at the top of the slope, you'll be able to access some of the other ruins that are in the area. So head down to the very end, and you'll see this ruin that is on ahead of you. You want to just jump straight off of the end and fly across to the lower path. Head up into that ruin, and you will find the next collectible. Once you have that one, look at the obelisk, thing, tower, whatever you want to call it. And you want to fly to the island on the right, and you will see a mushroom that is just in the corner again. Okay, so we're going to have to do a little bit of a backtrack here to get to the next memory and mushroom. As you can see, the smoke rising in the distance. So, apologize about this, but you want to fly back to the building where the memory was just a second ago. So fly over to this one, and then you want to make your way up to the top. Keep following that path around, and use the wall once you get to the top to help yourself fly over. Once you've landed on this wall, fly over to the memory smoke.
Looks like a pestilence was spreading.
So once you have that memory, you want to make your way over to the tree, and you want to fly over to the tree, and there is a mushroom underneath it for you to pick up. Once you've done that, you'll see some smoke just down in the corner here, straight ahead of you. Fly down to that memory to continue forward.
I think it's hurt. And they just left it here to die. At least it wasn't alone. Is that a soul spirit? Wolf, look. Its spirit rises to the City of Light. If only I could just do that as well. A simple farm animal getting into the City of Light. Yet I'm still here. Doesn't it seem unfair to you? I really hope you'll be allowed into the city of light.
Once that cutscene is over, you want to make your way to the right of the people that are on the floor, and you'll keep following the stairs up, and you're going to get about halfway along. You want to take a left, and you're going to find a relic that is just on the left hand side. So up here, not into this particular section, but up the next set of stairs, take a left, and you will see the relic's kind of beacon just sticking out. So head over and pick that one up.
Do you think you lived here when you were a child?
Now that you have this one, we're going to go grab our next animal, and this is a mole. Now, moles will be able to dig underground and dig up mushrooms that you cannot see, which is quite a useful skill. There's also an achievement for spending a long time underground, which you can farm pretty easy. You don't use moles very often, so just if you want to here at this point stay underground and get the achievement, you can do. I do it a little bit later on in the game. So, possess the mole. You're going to head over to the wall, and you want to hold down the right trigger, and you will burrow underneath the wall that is in front of you. And I got that knock. So once you've burrowed under the wall, if you hold down the left bumper or L1, you'll be able to see what is underneath the ground. And in this case, you will find your first buried mushroom. These are the hardest mushrooms to find in the game. Once you're done being a mole, switch back to wolf, and you want to make your way up to the hill, and you want to collect the memory.
Oh, is this where you lived? The people didn't have much around here. You still shared your hard-earned bread. Is that Whaler?
You look so weak. You need to eat.
Eat what? There's not enough for everyone.
It's not right. We need to stop them. Nothing's gonna change if we're just sitting here.
Not this way. You need to teach them. They'll understand, please.
Understand? They don't understand anything.
Are you hearing yourself? Violence will only lead to more violence.
I can't believe you're not with me in this. Fine, I'll do it without your support then.
What happened here? It looks like it burnt down a long time ago. Wolf, is this your home? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you know what happened?
Once you have that memory, look to your right, and you want to make your way down the stairs, and you're going to bump into a wombat friend. You want to possess the wombat friend, so this is just after you break through the barrier. Possess the wombat, and you can roll down the hill. So head down, you want to go through the tiny little gap at the bottom. Now these vases that you find along the way, if you smash 20 of them, you'll get the achievement. There are plenty of these vases throughout the entire game, so don't worry about it. There'll be plenty of opportunities, or you can farm it here if you feel like it, because they keep respawning. So smash them, head on down, and make your way to the very bottom of this slope. Once you're done, you want to transfer yourself across to a duck. which is nearby. And right at the very end of the path, there is kind of a flick off the edge of the cliff. And you want to fly over to the ledge that is on the right-hand side here. Once you're over, you will find a small little opening that you can walk into. And we're going to get the next animal and the next mushroom. So head on in, follow it straight forward, and eventually you'll come across a baby wombat, which also counts as an animal, I believe. But just possess it anyway, just to be sure. So it's there. Quite obviously, it's the smaller wombat. Possess it, and then hop back to your duck, because you're going to need your duck again. Once you're at these guys anyway, take a left, and you want to follow the tunnel in, and there is a mushroom here. Once you've done that, you want to exit back out the way you came in, and we'll go get the next mushroom. So once you're out, you want to make your way to the end, and you want to fly across to the next island, and then to the island that is on your left again. At the end of the island, you are going to find the next mushroom. From this mushroom, look to your right and fly over the next 2 gaps, and then up the hill. Once you're at the top here, you'll see down in the very small distance there is another mushroom, so fly on down to that particular ledge. Try not to disappear like the other ducks, but once you reach the bottom, you'll be able to pick this mushroom up. Once you've done that, you need to push on to the next memory. Okay, so once you're at the top, you want to take a left, and you want to head along the edge of the ledge that is on this kind of cliff face. So head straight forward, and when you reach this tree just kind of here, you're going to go down some stairs, and you want to continue going forward. Once you've hit the bottom of the stairs, take a right, and you're going to find your next memory.
Overcropping the fields and overhunting the forests led to pestilence and hunger taking over daily life. More and more people got sick.
Now from that memory, you want to keep going forwards, and you want to keep flying forwards, past the people that are having some form of uprising. When you get opportunity to take a right, you want to go up the hill, and at the top of the hill you want to take another right, because we are going to go get the next mushroom. You want to fly past this tree stump just here, and it is just in that area. So if you've been following along, that is 30 mushrooms collected. Turn around and you want to backtrack towards the slope that you just came up. And you're going to take over a mole. Before you dig under the wall though, you want to go to the other side of the tree that is on the left here for mushroom number 31. Once you have that mushroom, backtrack a little bit, and you want to go underneath the wall that is in front of you. So you'll see here that the actual moles are incredibly, insanely hard people. It knocks over an entire wall. When you're on the other side, hold down the left bumper or the L1, and in the top left hand corner you're going to find the next hidden mushroom. Once you've got that one, you want to move forward down the path until you hit the memory. Once you have that memory, you want to keep walking forwards and take the first left that you can. In here there's a bit of an area where you can smash a lot of the pots, but also a relic in the left hand corner. So grab the relic, and also in this room you're going to be able to find your next mushroom. So head over to the right of the entrance. You'll see there's a lot of other wombats in here as well, but there's a tiny little hole that you can go through, and at the bottom of that hole is the next mushroom. Once you've picked those up, exit out to the main corridor. Okay, once you're out in the main corridor, take a left and you'll start climbing the stairs that we've got here. So head up, follow the pathway all the way to the top, and eventually you'll come up these stairs and take a left straight away. And you want to run across this area here, and there is more moles in front of you. Possess a mole if you're already not one, and you want to hold down the left bumper to reveal another hidden mushroom in the top left hand corner. Dig that one up, and then you're going to experience a bit of a new mechanic here. So as you're holding down the left bumper, you will see these tunnels appear, and you can dig through into the tunnels below you. Once you've done that, you want to make your way down until eventually you hit a wall that you can smash. Now on the other side of that wall, you're going to find the next relic, so pick that one up, and then you want to continue through the tunnels to your left until you find another mushroom. So take a left and you want to head through this particular area. Once you have that mushroom, we're going to push out through the rocks on the left hand side here. So head up to them, knock them out the way, and continue upwards through the tunnel. Eventually you'll hit a kind of T-junction. You want to take a left at that T-junction. Okay, so you want to keep going forwards, and as you kind of reach this area here, you want to take a right. You don't want to go into this room, it's not necessary. You want to head down the stairs past the wombats, and then you want to head down the stairs again. Now on your right hand side, you're going to see some stairs that they want you to go up. In this case, you don't want to go up them, you want to go into the room that is on the left. When you're in there, there is a set of stairs that are on your right. You want to head down to the bottom of these, and you want to pick up the relic, and there's also the opportunity to smash more pots if you need to. You'll also see me have a bit of a bug out. If this ever happens to you, restart your checkpoint and it will put you back in the game. Okay, so once you've got the relic and smash the vases if you needed to, you want to exit back out to the corridor. So head up the stairs, exit out of the room, take a right, not a left, and then take a immediate left straight afterwards to go up the stairs. And this is going to exit you out of the tunnels that we're just in. And you want to follow the path that you're on all the way down to the end. Don't go up the stairs just yet. Continue down. So can keep going further past this kind of well-like area, and you'll find the mushrooms behind a bush at the end. Once you've done that, backtrack to the stairs. Okay, so you want to head up the stairs, and before you grab the memory in front of you, take a right, and you want to make your way down. You are going to find your next collectible. So make your way on over to this corner. I run into the wall for some reason, and you'll find your next relic. Once you've done that, backtrack to the memory.
I can almost feel their anger. Fists closed tight, teeth clenched. Look, it's Tavo, your father. He's a Sinchi guard. Those were the people you were up against. You didn't have a chance.
Please don't make me do this, Kalani.
Your Emperor takes our food. Your soldiers beat us down. We won't take it anymore. We will rise up. What are you doing?
You didn't leave me any choice.
Wait! Wayla's in there! No! Wayla!
Did you remember something? Was it him? He burnt down your house, didn't he? What about Wayla? Was she... Oh, Wolf. I'm so sorry. I know you loved her.
Now, from that memory, you want to take away to your left, and there is a tree just behind you. You want to make your way over to that tree, and you want to grab the mushroom. Once you've done that, you want to head up the stairs. I have a bit of a weird blip where I can't get the left bumper thing to disappear off my screen. But head up the stairs, it should disappear for you. If not, go back and rewatch the memory just to be certain, and it should disappear afterwards. Okay, before you go all the way to the top, you want to take a sharp right quickly, and you want to head down into the building that is on the right hand side, and there's the next mushroom at the bottom of the building. Once you have that, go back to the stairs and continue upwards until you hit the red barrier.
After seeing all this, Wolf, I don't think you were a bad person for stealing from the Emperor's men. You were suffering and lost everything. Would you really have been cast out of the City of Light for this? There has to be more to your story.
Okay, so apologise for the cut. That was me trying to remove the thing on my screen that wouldn't go away for some reason. So the first thing you need to do at the top of the stairs is possess a mole. Once you've got hold of a mole, hold down your left bumper and you will see that there is another buried mushroom in the distance. Dig that one up. Once you've got that one dug up, you want to head on over to these walls here. Dig underneath, and you want to just keep going backwards and forwards and smashing the wall. There's actually no relevance to doing this, I don't think, but it's just good fun to destroy an entire tower as a mole. Okay, so once you've done that, from where that tower was, you want to push forward and you want to go into the building. At the back left hand corner, you're going to find a relic. Once you've got that relic, you want to turn around, and then on the left hand side, you're going to find some stairs that you can go down. And then to the right, at the bottom of those stairs, you're going to find the next mushroom. So head down, take a right, and continue into the ruins, and you will find the mushroom. Now we're going to exit the level. So this is chapter 2, 100% complete. You want to run on, follow the path down as we are going, and you want to keep hanging a left. You see a bunch of hummingbirds that are flying across you. You'll need them in a bit. Head down to where that column fell over and just keep running until you get to the very end of this kind of slope area. You're going to get the option to possess a hummingbird. Possess that one and fly forward into the strong winds. Once you're in the strong winds, you're going to have a quick time event where you just need to press A at the right time. It's very straightforward, but once you've completed that, it will throw you out into chapter 3. Okay, so we're now in chapter 3. It's a little bit lighter on the collectible front, this one. So the first thing you need to do is head straight into the area, and you'll come into this kind of area with lots of little waterfalls. Possess a duck to begin with, just to help you get up one level. So once you've got hold of a duck, fly up to the next level of the waterfall, and you're going to see the flock of hummingbirds. You want to jump into a hummingbird so you can get a bit around a bit easier. Fly to the top of the waterfalls on the left hand side of the area when you come in, and you will find mushroom number 1 for this level. Once you have that bad boy, you want to fly back out of the waterfall where you were just picking up mushrooms. You want to take a left. You'll see another big waterfall in the distance. You want to go into the cave that is above that waterfall, and in here you're going to find the next relic to pick up. So now we're going to get another mushroom. So we want to exit out of this area. So follow the main cave around, and then you'll be able to fly down and kind of out. At the bottom of this area, you want to fly all the way down, and to the right you're going to find a tiny little hole that you can enter. So you can enter this as a hummingbird or a wombat, whatever's easier. When you go in, the screen will bug out if you're a hummingbird, but keep flying on in, and you're going to find the next mushroom at the back of the cave. So continue forwards, don't stop like I did here, and you will find that next mushroom. Once you've got this, you want to exit back out, and you want to follow the path straight forward. Okay, so as you're following this path forward, you're eventually going to bump into another memory. You can grab this one now if you feel like it, so pick this one up.
Look at the water. It used to be filled with that algae and scum. It doesn't look very healthy to drink.
And to the left of that memory, follow the water all the way up to the waterfall. You can go behind this waterfall and you will find your next mushroom. Once you've got that one, you want to backtrack to where the memory was, so head back down the river, and you want to keep following the river until the very end, where you reach a waterfall with some rocks on the end of it. So as I do in the video, keep following the river, and it's pretty much a straight line, but at the end of the river we're going to get our next mushroom. So as you get to the end, you'll see on the right hand side there is the next mushroom. Now for the next part, we're going to want to grab ourselves a duck. So head back up the river a little bit and you will find ducks kind of pretty much scattered everywhere here. Once you've grabbed yourself a duck, head back to that mushroom. Now from where that mushroom is, you want to keep flying across the big lake in front of you, so fly straight forward. And as you can see between the rocks here, there is the next relic. Fly down and pick this one up. Okay, so from this relic we want to backtrack a little bit and we're going to become a fish for the first time. Now the fish seem to have multiple colours, so I actually transferred between a few fish just to make sure that I was getting all of the different types of animals. So scan into a fish and then you can swap from one to the other. So there are a blue and a red fish, and there is a different coloured fish later on in the game. So once you're in a fish, you want to keep following the path forward. So swimming down the river, and you want to hang a right, and as you're coming down the right hand side, you're going to come across your first underwater mushroom. It's called Azure's Trumpet, so pick this one up. There's only 21 of these in the game, and they're actually quite hard to find because they kind of blend in with the surroundings. Swim forward and under the trunk, keep following the path, and then you want to swim to the top of the water very fast by tapping X or A to jump out of the water and go over the rock. Once you're on the other side, you want to push forward a little bit, and you want to go underneath the big rock that is in front of you, and there is another rock that is on your right hand side just here, and in behind that, inside the long grass, is the next underwater mushroom. From that mushroom, look at the big rock on the left. You want to swim over to that one, and the next one is just parked underneath it. So you can just see it here straight in front of you on top of the rocks. Grab that mushroom and splash whilst you're not inside water, or outside of water. Once you've done that, keep pushing forward on the river. You want to swim towards the end, so go underneath the big rock that is here. And as you reach this end, you're going to go over the end of the waterfall, and you're going to go down this slide, and it just takes a few minutes, and you'll need to jump at the end. Alright, now that you're done being epic, you want to turn around and you want to hug the right wall, and you want to keep following it around until you get this big rock that is on your left hand side. Your next mushroom is beneath this one, sorry, next to this one. And once you've picked that one up, you kind of want to head towards the main path, but go down the left tunnel and not the right tunnel. As you're going along the right tunnel, it gets a little bit weedy in this area. Keep hugging the right wall. And as you're swimming forward and keep going around, you'll find these well-hidden mushrooms behind this rock and in the long grass. From this one, we want to push on kind of a little bit further with the main story. So as you go down this pathway, you will come across a building that you can go inside. Once you're inside that building, you will find the next mushroom. There is also a memory right next to it, which you want to grab afterwards.
Amazing. I think we're on the old road to Kilotazi, our capital city. Drowned, reshaped by water and time, but still here.
So now that you have that mushroom, swim out of the building, take your achievement as well. That's a pretty garden for getting 50 mushrooms. Swim down to the bottom and pick up your next memory. Now that you have this one, you want to keep following the path, so where the people are actually walking, they'll show you the direction to go. Keep swimming forward, go up the stairs a little bit, keep swimming forward and keep following the kind of path that is cut through the seaweed on the floor for you. Once you get to the end of here, you're going to need to get out of the water. And once you're out of the water, you're going to keep walking forward. You'll see some red smoke in the distance, but there'll be a bit of a cutscene now for this burial ground.
The Whispering Towers. People used to call them that because somewhere in the fog you always heard someone cry, mourn their lost ones. This was a sacred burial place, you see. My name would be carved into these stones as well. If I'd been granted the funeral ritual, I would already be in the City of Light then. Do you remember this place? Do you want to look for a name on the towers? I wouldn't mind staying here for a bit.
Once that cutscene is over, you want to look to the right just of the lake here, and you're going to see a kind of hill that you can go up. Head into that right section, make your way to the top and grab the next mushroom. Once you've got that one, you want to head over to the memory that is in the middle of the water and pick that one up.
The pestilence seemed to have taken its toll. The water to carry the spirit on its journey. The fire to burn away the lies and mistakes of a past life. To free the true spirit within. What was going through your head? I have a bad feeling about this.
How dare you come to her funeral?
I didn't know she was in the house. I'm sorry.
Everything that happens from here is your fault.
Okay, so now that memory is over, we're going to go grab the next relic of this level. So continue forward past the people with the boats, and we want to cross over to the other side of the lake to where you started. So run forward and kind of hang a left a little bit, I would say. And you want to keep running forward until you see these pillars on the other side. Head across to those pillars. And in and around this area, you're going to find the next relic. So it's to the left. You want to pick that one up. And from here, then we're going to go get another relic. So we turn around, and in front of the red barrier is a tree. And behind that tree is another relic. Once you've got that relic, look at the red barrier and there's 2 rocks to the left. Don't go on the main path, go between these rocks and you'll see the mushroom on the other side that you need to pick up. Once you have that one, you want to backtrack to the main path or walk into the tree like I do, depends how you're feeling. And you want to follow the main path and you'll see these little people popping up along the way. Head underneath the tree trunks or around it. Before you enter the cave at the end, take a left and you're going to spot the next mushroom. So take a left and follow it up to the top of the hill and grab the mushroom that is at the end. Once you have that one, back to the main path, and then you want to go through the cave. Keep following the cave forward until you reach the opening. Now for this part of the path is pretty straightforward. You want to cross over the rivers, the waterfall, head up the left and kind of walk past this one. And when you get the opportunity to possess a fish, we are going to do that. I'm also going to show you potentially the hardest mushroom to find in the game. This one took me a little while. A little while being a long while. Anyhow, possess your fish. You want to swim down to the very end of the other lake, other end of the lake, and your next mushroom is between the rocks. This is not the hard one to find. Once you have that mushroom, you want to take a right and you want to go through this cave here. And we're going to follow the path forward. So keep following the path around until you hit a open room, which is full of kind of like rubble. So keep following the path. Once you hit that room full of rubble, we want to take a left and we're going to go get the next achievement for this game. Okay, so now we're coming up on that room, and you'll see the rubble on your left. You want to squeeze through the gap of the rubble. Okay, and you see I get the achievement here also for swimming a lot. But keep following this water through, and at the end, you are going to find a relic that is on top of this rock. And this is a little tribute to Mario. So head on up the rock, unlike me, so you just end up flapping around on top of the rock. Pick up the relic and you'll bag yourself an achievement. Now, for the next hardest collectible, there is a hummingbird here, but previously for me he's not appeared. So I'm going to show you how to do this. So jump back into the water, so if he doesn't appear, if not, take that hummingbird, fantastic. And you want to backtrack to the start of the area where the entrance to the lake is. So swim back into the room full of rubble. Do not go forward, but you want to go to the right and then head back to the main entrance. Okay, so now we're back at the main entrance, and if you hover by the top of the water, kind of like by the first right-hand bend, you can just about make out some hummingbirds above you. So swim down to the bottom, get yourself a run-up, jump up, and transfer into the hummingbird. If you, as I said to you earlier, you can use the hummingbird that was in the cave, but for me, in some occasions, he wasn't there. So I'm just showing you this as a safety net. Follow the tunnels all the way through, and eventually you'll hit a room full of waterfalls. A very big room, so keep following the path forward. It's out of the room straight in front of you. You literally fly in a straight line with the hummingbird, and you will enter this room here. Now, once you're in this room, you want to fly up as high as you can. So keep flying all the way up. This is right at the end of the level, but if you keep going up, you can see the exit just here behind that waterfall. Keep going up and you'll actually see a cave at the top that is only accessible if you're a hummingbird. And the mushroom that you need is here. So grab that one. You'll also get an achievement if you've been following along for finding all the different types of mushrooms. Okay, so once you've got that one, we want to head down. So fly out of the water and fly back down into this kind of main room area here. So head all the way down to the bottom. And once you're at the bottom, you can switch back to being a wolf. You want to take the stairs up this time. So head down, switch to wolf, and then you want to head up the stairs that are just there on your side. And when you get up to the top, continue down to the end. Don't go up the next set of stairs just yet. You are going to find a mushroom at the end.
Look at these sewers. Can you believe our people built all this?
From that mushroom, you want to come back. And you want to go up the slope this time. And you want to go straight forward. Take a left. And when you hit the side, you want to do a 180 and you want to go all the way up to the top. While you're at the top, you want to go up the next set of stairs. And then the next. And eventually you'll hit a set of stairs where you can actually kind of walk around them. So I think it's this floor here. Yeah, take a left. Don't go up them just yet. And you're going to find the next set of mushrooms here. Grab them. Head up the next set of stairs and exit through the doorway. This is the end of that level.
This is Kilotazi, the Mother City, birthplace of the Yanrana, our people, our home, our pride. Wolf, I think I lived here. Maybe we can find out more about...
Okay, so now we are in Chapter 4. This level is an absolute monster. It is big. Okay, so straight away after the cutscenes have all kicked off, you want to take a right and you want to head down to this kind of slanted tower. And by the stairs is your first mushroom of this level. Once you've done that, head back up the slope that you just came down. Once you're back at the top, you want to hang a right and you want to follow the main path forward. Keep following that path forward until you come to a set of stairs. And you want to take a right at those set of stairs. And we're going to go past the ruins that are there. You want to make your way over into the very far corner. And at the end there is a slope. You want to head down that slope, take a right, and you're going to find the mushroom at the end. Once you have that one, you want to turn around and you want to make your way back. You want to head all the way down to the end and you want to go up the slope just here. You want to keep going forward. Once you're there, you want to head back to the stairs that you were at just a minute ago and you want to continue up them. Once you're at the top, you want to take a left and you want to stay to the left and you'll eventually hit some water that require you to do a little bit of swimming. Once you're down in the water, you want to hang a right and you want to keep going around until you hit a set of stairs. You'll see a memory in front of you. Ignore this memory for the time being. Take a quick left and go around this rubble and you'll find a mushroom just inside this kind of dark and shady area. Once you've done that, backtrack to your memory.
Were these the supplies you stole? You were giving it to the poorest of the poor.
Once you have the memory, we're going to go grab the next relic. You want to head up the stairs and you want to literally just go straight forward into the door that is opposite you, across the far side, and you want to grab yourself that relic. Okay, so once you have that relic, you want to head back kind of slightly towards the memory, but go right and up the stairs, and then go right and up the second set of stairs. Once you're at the top, take a left. You'll find the mushrooms mushrooms here, sorry, not mushrooms, moles. You're going to dig up a mushroom, so hold down the left the bumper, and you want to dig up the mushroom that is just hidden underground here. Once you've done that, you want to dig down into the hole. So stand above the tunnel, hold down the A button, and dig down. Follow this path forward. Eventually you'll need to break through some rubble to get to a room with some pods in. Once you're in this room, smash up some of the pots if you still need the achievement, but I'd recommend doing it because there is a tiny animal that is very difficult to see sometimes, and that is a caterpillar. So this guy is randomly locations, as you see, get my wrecking ball achievement, but transfer across to the caterpillar, because this also counts as one of the animals you need to be. He is very slow and he is not very helpful. You also get the achievement The World is My Zoo if you've been following along. And now when you're in this room, you will see a legendary mole. Jump into the mole and you're going to bag yourself another achievement for getting the third legendary animal. Once you're here, you want to dig up that amulet. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't actually think I've possessed 3 legendary animals. Okay, but here at this point, I say I unlock a whole bunch of achievements, and so will you guys too. Now I take the time here actually to farm my under the ground achievement. I recommend that you guys do so if you haven't already. So just in this room, dig underground and just kind of bury around in the area for a few minutes until it pops. Okay, so once you've done that, you want to exit the room and you'll be back above your memory. You want to take a left and you want to head down the stairs, take a right and go down the stairs. You'll see the memory, go to the left of it and head up the stairs. When you're at the top, take a sharp left and you want to go into that room and you want to grab the mushroom that is in that room. Once you've done that, exit this one and head across to the opposite ruin, and we're going to go across a pillar that is going to take us to the next memory. Now the next memory has given me some problems, so it might do the same to you guys. You may have to replay it once or twice for it to work correctly.
The Chakui Raimi. I remember. It was a huge feast and celebration. The music and dance would go on through the whole night. Wait. I guess not everybody was celebrating. I don't remember ever seeing this side of the festival. People begging for food while the rest of us feast. It's not fair.
Okay, now that you've picked up both of those memories, you want to turn back and you want to go kind of follow the path along a little bit. You're going to hang a right. We're going to do a bit of a backtrack because we're going to need to be a fish for this bit. So head down the stairs and you want to jump into the water. And as you get to the end of this kind of watery bit, you want to take a left and you want to head over to a pond where all the fish are jumping in and out of the water. Possess one of them, and at the bottom of here you're going to find, just behind the ruin on the left, as you can see, is a mushroom for you to pick up. Now that you have that, and just to the left of that mushroom again, you will find an opening in the wall. Swim into this tunnel, and you want to hang a left, and you'll eventually turn into this tunnel just here. And you want to keep following the tunnel forward. You'll go up a little bit and look out through the walls with some camera glitches. Keep following the tunnel. Once you hit this kind of like little rail track area, turn left and you'll get the next mushroom. And once you've got that, you want to keep pushing forward and follow the path until you hit an open room. And once you hit that open room, the next mushroom is on the right hand side. Once you have that mushroom, continue on the main underwater path. Keep going forward. And then eventually you kind of hit this area where you've got some more rocks and more train tracks. You want to take a right and keep pushing forward. Once you're at this area, take a left and you'll come into this room. You want to swim through the door where your friends are going, apparently. Take a right and then you want to take an immediate left. And then there is a relic just in the corner. Once you have this one, you want to exit and go to the left. And you want to jump over the rocks that are in front of you to exit out of the tunnel. Switch back to being a wolf. Look to your right and you'll see your next relic you want to grab. Once you have that, you want to backtrack to the fish, and we're going to become a fish again, and we're going to go get some more relics, and we're going to go get some more memories and stuff. So jump back into the water, and you want to swim forward to the left of the stairs, that is. You want to swim down, and at the bottom of these stairs, take a right, and inside this room, you're going to find your next relic on the right-hand side. Once you have this one, swim back up, and you want to go up to the memory. Now this memory is a little bit tricky, so it's a three-parter. So scan the first part to reveal what's going on. Once you've done that, you want to swim into the corridor that is just next to it and keep holding down the left bumper till you find the next one. So swim forward. Keep going forward, and then you want to hold to reveal at this particular section. Now you're going to want to jump over the rocks that are actually just to your left. So hop over the top, keep holding down the left bumper and swim to the end of the tunnel. Once you get into here, look to your left. You'll also be able to reveal another memory, but look to your left for your next relic.
You're planning something. Something secret by the looks of it.
Once you have that one, backtrack to where you started this memory. Once you hit this kind of cross junction, take a left and we're going to go back a little bit. So swim down and eventually you hit some stairs on the left. You want to get out of the water. You're going to be wolf again. Head to the top of the stairs, look to your right and you're going to see a set of moles. Transport into a mole and you want to hold down your left bumper, and in the corner you're going to find your next mushroom. You want to dig that up. As you can see, there's also a caterpillar there for me to scan if I wanted to. Dig underneath the wall and you want to go out the other side. Hold down your left bumper again. You're going to see two items you can pick up. Dig down for the relic. So this will reveal it. Press Y to pick it up. It doesn't pick it up if you dig down. And then just behind that one in the corner, the bottom left corner, there is another mushroom. Once you've done that, exit out of the building and go back down to the water. Once you're back at the water, just go straight across and you want to go to this next part here and you want to go up. And you want to keep going up until you reach some more moles, and once you're at the moles you want to scan into a mole. Once you've done that, head into the building, and in the top right hand corner you'll find another mushroom that you can dig up. And look to the window just to the left of this mushroom. You'll be able to dig underneath this actual window that you see in front of you. And we're going to go get another mushroom from the other side of this one. So walk forward to the window, hold down your right trigger, burrow underneath, and when you get out of the other side, switch back to wolf because it's quicker. Run all the way down, and you'll see the mushroom glowing in the distance. Once you have that one, run back to the mole and bury your way back into the house. Once you've gone through the house, you want to make your way back down to the bottom and you want to head over to the water. And once you're at the water and watching all the moles and stuff throwing themselves off cliffs and whatnot as you do, head down, head into the water, take a right and go back to where the memory was that we picked up earlier, where we had to pick up multiple parts of the memory. This time you're going to take a left and you're going to run to the top of the stairs and you're going to smash through the barrier. Once your barrier is smashed, look to your left and you will spot some moles. You want to possess one of the moles, and we're now going to get probably the second hardest mushroom to find in the game. So dig under the rock. I'm going to come out the other side, and as you're kind of walking up here, it doesn't really give you an indicator to where this mushroom is. Hold down your left bumper and you see this kind of little shadow just on the side. Dig this one up. That is that mushroom. It doesn't indicate in the same way, but hey, there we go. You'll also get an achievement if you've been following along for 70 mushrooms at this point. Exit out of the mole, continue up the stairs. Don't go up the stairs to the right, push forwards and you're going to find your next mushroom in the corner. Once you have that mushroom, go back to the stairs and go up into the building. Now once you're in this kind of foresty area, you want to push forward. Eventually you'll come to some stairs. We don't want to go up the stairs. You want to go to the left of the stairs and you're going to find a mushroom that is underneath the trees. Once you've done that, make your way to the top of the stairs. Once you hit the top, trigger the memory.
Keeping wild animals in cages like that seems cruel. Looks like you were thinking the same.
Once you have that memory, backtrack a little bit and you want to go downstairs to the left, and then in the 7th cove on the left hand side you are going to find your next collectible. Once you've done that, exit out of this room and you will have a cutscene where you're looking at a tower. Once you've got that one, or the cutscene is over, head up and you'll see the smoke just on your right. Head over to the memory and give it a watch.
What are you doing? If someone would have seen you, this was our holy temple.
Once you're done with the memory, you want to look to your left. So you want to turn around. Walk in front of the two pillars. Don't go down the stairs yet. And to your right, you'll see a relic glowing off in the distance. Once you've got that, backtrack and head down the stairs into the building. And you're going to enter a not very nice area in the game where they make all the animals fight. So head down. You want to run down into this kind of arena-y bit in the bottom. You'll see a couple of sparkles on the floor in front of you. You want to run through them and sort of trip like kind of a mini memory. You can see already in the distance there's a slight glow ahead of you, just above the wolves. This is a relic that you need to pick up. So head on over and you want to give that one a grab. Once you have the medal, you want to exit out, and actually to your right, and it's very well hidden because of the light, there is a room that you can enter, and in here you're going to find your next relic at the very end. Now exit back out to the arena, and we're going to go out of this building. So follow the path back, and to the right of where you found the medal there is a slope going up. Take that one up and you can get out of this area. So as you continue along the corridor, you'll run into some wombats. Possess one. Don't go forward just yet. You want to look to your left, maybe come back a little bit, depending on how far away they are. And underneath the rubble, you're going to find yourself your next relic to pick up. Once you have that, you can backtrack towards the main path. So look to your left, there's a tiny little hole that the wombat can actually squeeze through. So continue on. Now eventually you're going to hit a very big room with a very large cutscene with lots of statues in. So keep going forward until that trips and we'll get our next set of mushrooms and stuff.
This was our sanctuary. The golden sun behind the Temple of Light. It depicts the natural order of the world. Humankind lifted to the sky by animals and nature, kneeling only before their great temple. Isn't it magnificent? I remember engraving this into my topoi dagger as a boy. How I cherished that dagger.
Because once the cutscene's over, head down the first set of stairs and head up the second, up to the two floors. And you want to run all the way to the left and keep all the way down to the end, and you're going to find a mushroom at the end of this wall. Once you have that one, you want to backtrack, and then eventually you'll get back to the stairs. You want to make your way up to the top of the stairs. And once you're at the top, there is also a memory. But one of the things I also do here, I take a left actually, first of all, to begin with. There is a relic up here for you to collect. But I also take the time to sit in front of the statues and listen to what the little orb of light has to say, because I don't know if they counted towards the memories or not. So pick up your relic, and then stand in front of the statues and push Y. Make your way around, and then open the memory up afterwards.
He was the strongest Yanrana who ever lived. No one had ever beaten him in a fight. No one but a terrible plague that killed half of the Yanran population at the time. Avidos. He was the one who laid the foundation of Kilotazi, killed by his adversaries in the process. Chantai. She was the one who brought together all Yamran tribes to one people. She was worshipped by many, and feared by even more. Look for another way out. Achala. She made Kilotazi what it was back then. The most magnificent city in all the world. She built this temple and gathered gold and other treasures from all around the world. These four were the greatest emperors that ever lived. Without them, none of this would have been possible. Is that you with your people? No. No. My sanctuary. And you were caught. Do you know what you have done? This place was holy. This was the highest form of treason.
Once you've done this, you'll be able to exit through a hole in the wall nearby. Exit through this hole, and eventually you'll run into some hummingbirds and possess the hummingbirds to progress forward. Now you're coming up onto one of the areas that is slightly harder to navigate than some of the areas we've been in. This is quite open worldly and there's a lot of collectibles in here. So the first thing you want to do is you want to fly down the stream, and eventually you'll hit like a bit of a pond, lakey kind of area. So follow it forward. There's a waterfall just before that, and if you look to the right, what you will see is that there's a mushroom over these rocks in the corner that you can fly down and grab. Once you have that mushroom, fly upwards, and we're going to do a bit of a long one. So take a right, and you want to fly straight forward. And eventually you're going to see this very large kind of rock that is on the ledge. Go over the top of that rock, and behind it you're going to find your next mushroom. Now from this one, fly upwards again, look to your right a little bit, and you want to fly forward, and eventually you kind of come up to a house that's kind of falling apart. And inside that house you're going to find another mushroom. It's a little bit way away, but keep flying forwards. you'll see the house straight in front of you. It's dilapidated. Fly on in for a mushroom. Now from this one, you want to fly up a little bit and you're going to follow the ledge all the way around. So keep following the ledge forward, keep going, and keep following the wall to get to our next mushroom. So keep going. Once you're at the end of the wall, fly across the waterfall and look to your left and you'll see the mushroom just underneath the trees. So from this one, you want to, if you're looking at the mushroom, or if you're facing out, say, if you're looking at the mushroom, it's to your right, or if you're looking at the water, it is to your left. From that mushroom, you want to fly up. You'll see another kind of slanted building in the distance. You want to fly towards that one, and in the top of this one, you will find the next relic of the level. Okay, so once you have that one, we're going to go get our next mushroom. So turn around from that relic and you want to fly down kind of the coastline area here. And about 2/3 of the way along, you're going to find another broken down house, which has another mushroom inside of it. Once you have that mushroom, fly out over the lake, but go to the right, kind of back towards where you came in. And the reason why I do this is just to make sure that I get all of the memories in the game, because some of the memories just trip on their own accord. But you want to fly across the lake and get all of the little kind of pop-ups where things are burning and that kind of stuff, and people are running, just to give you a bit more of the background story. Once you're at the other end of this kind of little walkway through the water, you will find your next memory to collect.
Oh no. What is happening? Riots everywhere. This is your doing.
It's worth noting that this is multi-tiered memory. I believe there's about 3 or 4 of them that you'll need to collect. So when you pick up the first one, hold down your left bumper or your L1 and go forward and find the next one.
You sure had some guts, breaking into the Emperor's palace like this. I don't like where this is going.
So once you're done with that little memory sequence, fly up to the top and you'll see a pillar in front of you, and behind that you will find your next mushroom. And then from that mushroom you want to fly up the stairs that are on your left. So come back around the front of the pillar, go up the left hand side. Don't go all the way up just yet. When you see the people appear in front of you, take a quick right and you will find a relic kind of hidden behind some walls. Once you have that one, you want to head over to where you saw the red people. You want to fly into this particular room and you want to keep following forward. It might be easier to switch to wolf. I think my screen freezes here for some serious time. Yeah, so I apologize. The game does have a few frame rate issues from time to time, particularly in the later levels, but it's not normally that bad. So from here, you want to make your way forward. And at the end, take a left. Followed by a right. And then a left as well. And you'll find your next memory for you to collect. So once that's over, you want to head down to the second cell on the left hand side. And in the back of that area, you will find your next relic. Once you have your totem, exit the cell and take a left, and you want to continue forward. You switch to a wombat, and you want to head forward, and you will find a burrow that you can go through. Now, don't do what I do here and stop being a stop being one of those guys. Head around to the corner and you're going to find your next collectible. And as you can see here, because I left one of those guys and stopped being a wombat, I actually didn't have to go back to being a wombat. So head up the stairs, repossess a wombat if you need to, continue up the slope. And when you're at the top of the slope, you want to take a left. And you want to keep going down the corridor. And then you want to take a right, and then you want to squeeze underneath this gap here, and you're going to find another relic in the back of the room. Once you've got that, you want to exit out. And then you want to continue along the path, and you want to go up to the left, all the way up to the top of the slope. You can stop being a wombat now. Once you're at the top of the slope, take a left immediately, and you want to go up the stairs. And to your right, there's another set of stairs. Once you're at the back, there is another relic for you to collect. Once you've got that one, head back into the main room. Take a left and go down the stairs. Immediately at the bottom of the stairs on your left, you'll see it as I fly past the next relic. Grab this one. Now in the next area, do not pick up the memory until you have all of the collectibles in here, because if you do so, this is a point of no return and you cannot get those two.
We're in the throne room. I can't believe I'm back here.
So once you're in this area, you want to walk forward, you want to take a left, and then you want to take a left immediately and head down to the bottom of the stairs and take another left, and you're going to find the next relic. Once you've done that, you want to head across to the throne and go behind it. Behind the phone, about halfway along, you're going to find your next relic. And once you've picked up these two, you're now in a position where you can trigger the memory to progress forward. You'll also get another animal at this point, so you'll get the ability to utilize a parrot in a minute.
my city? What have you done?
So after the cutscene, you'll be able to jump off the edge and you'll be able to possess a parrot. Parrots actually fly properly, unlike the ducks, so you can go up and down and they fly. Unlike the hummingbird, they just keep going straight forward all the time. Use the right bumper and it will slow you down and you can do a hover. But in this case, you want to keep tapping the A button or the X button and just fly straight on till the end.
Are you happy now? Did you get your revenge? Because now I have no choice but to bring the Emperor your head. You did this, Kalani. Not me. The next time I see you, I'll have to kill you. My men are coming. Run.
Do you even realize what you have done? Your revolution burnt down our city. Why should I even help you? There's no hope for you. You deserve what you got. Just leave me alone. It doesn't matter if you're sorry now. Maybe this is how I died. What if you had killed me? The City of Light will never welcome you.
Okay, now that we're back in control, we want to chase after our little light friend. So continue on up the hills, and eventually you're going to hit some stairs, and near the stairs is going to be the next collectible. So just here, to your right, you'll spot your next relic which you need to pick up. Once you've picked that one up, continue forward. Once you've done that, you want to keep on going up, and you reach this pillar here. Take a left, not a right, and you want to stay on the left, and you're going to run into the next mushroom eventually. From that mushroom, just turn around and you want to go to the right a little bit, and then you just want to take a left and you want to go up the slope.
If this is what got you banned from the City of Light, I'm not sure you can ever redeem yourself. I'm sure that what happened was not your intention, but the revolution you started led to it happening. I guess everybody deserves a second chance. Come on. We're a team, you and me. I think I know what to do.
Once you've had that cutscene, make your way through the little gap, possess a mole, in a really weird way apparently. Once you've got hold of a mole, you want to dig underneath the rock that is just to your right, and on the other side of the rock as always there is another mushroom for you to dig up. So hold down the left bumper and that will do a bit of a reveal, and you will find the mushroom just over in the corner. Dig this one up, and this is number 10 out of 11 for the hidden mushrooms. Once you're done with the mole, stop being the mole. Continue forward, and eventually you're going to come across a memory barrier that needs to be smashed. Once you've smashed that one, look to your right and you'll see a waterfall, and you'll see some fish that jump out of this waterfall. These are salmon. They are another animal that you can scan. You'll need to scan it for this one in particular, and now you're going to go into probably one of the worst sequences in the game. For me, this was up there with the old man's train in Old Man's Journey. So as you're going down this section, as you can see, you are the fish. You slide around a lot. I'm pretty sure this would annihilate the fish anyway, but you're going to have to pick up some of the mushrooms as you're going along at high speed, and this is a little bit tricky. The benefit is that you don't have to push the Y button, you just need to go through the mushroom, but the game does try to steer you away from these mushrooms. Now if you miss any of these, you want to hit the pause button and you want to restart, and you want to do that before you go over the last waterfall. So the first set of mushrooms you'll see here, you want to go straight for them, go straight through them, and you'll see that you pick them up. As you're sliding down the first part of the hill, you want to go through this green section right in the middle for the next set, and you want to stay to the right for the time being. Okay, so once you come up to this section where you can gain a little bit more speed, stay to the right, do not go to the left, and you'll go down here and you'll see the next set of mushrooms just kind of in the middle in front of you. Go through them, still keep to the right, and then you'll see this cave ahead, and ever so slightly to the left is the next set of mushrooms. You want to keep going through this cave until it spits you out the other side. Once you've done that, this is probably the hardest to reach mushroom in the game, not the hardest to find, but bounce your way up onto the top of this middle rock. And you can see the mushrooms here. For some reason the game tries to steer you away from these ones, I don't know why. But go through them and that will get you that next set of mushrooms. Continue down the path and you will find the next set of mushrooms just in the middle here. Once you've gone through those, you want to keep following the path straight forward until the end. So remember, if you fail this area, you need to restart it to avoid loss of any of the mushrooms. You can't go back to this point. Once you're at the bottom of the water, just literally straight ahead of you, and you can actually see them right now, is your next set of mushrooms. They're just behind the rock in the water. Grab those ones. We're nearly done with the water mushrooms now. And then we're going to go for a very well hidden mushroom. So swim forward and you'll see this kind of tree trunk above you in the water. You want to squeeze in this tiny little gap here and you want to see the mushrooms that are just inside. Swim up to them and pick them up. Once you've done that, exit out of the tree trunk, and then you want to head to the left and back to the mainland. Okay, so as you're out of the water and following the main path forward, your next mushroom is pretty much straight in front of you along the way. You can't miss it. grab it, and then you want to keep following the blue tunnel down to the end, and you'll hit a very large field. In this field there is your next animal to collect as well. Now, I have to admit, this is one of my favourite parts of the game. You'll see the birds fly by, and you'll see like kind of lots of little lights that kind of pop up around the area. These are fireflies, and you can run through the area, and it looks really cool. So the guys did a real good job of making this looking pretty epic. So as you can see, as you start running through the grass, all the bugs start kicking up. And then to add to that, you can scan one of the fireflies, and this is your next animal. You can become a firefly. Creature is incredibly slow, and it doesn't go fast, and it's not of much use. So once you're done with it and you've scanned it, exit back out to being wolf. Now we're going to head over to the far right hand wall, and we're going to follow it down until we get to the next mushroom. Once you've got that mushroom, we're going to continue back along the main path. So exit out of this kind of little cave area, and you want to go straight forward. You'll see the smoke in the distance, and that's where you're going to head to. So head down towards that memory. You don't necessarily need to get it straight away, but yeah, we can pick it up in a bit. But head down that way, and also enjoy the fireflies along the way. Okay, so once you're at the memory, head into the building on your right hand side, and you're going to find a relic for you to pick up. Now from this relic, we're going to want to exit out, and we're going to go grab the next mushroom. I paused for a little bit here. I do apologize. It's because I'm probably reading notes from something where it's not clear. So once you've done that, exit out, go past your memory, and you want to make your way all the way across the other side. You probably just saw it through the doorway. This is your next mushroom. Okay, so from this mushroom, we're going to go after our next relic. Turn around, go out to the right, opposite the door you came in. Take a right again straight away, and keep following the path down. On the left-hand side through the trees, you're going to see a little beacon of light, which is your next relic. Give it a grab, and once we've done that, we want to go back and get our memory.
You look devastated, as you should. This revolution cost us all too much.
Okay, so once that large cutscene is out the way, you'll see another memory straight off the bat. To your right, you want to head over to this one and you want to give this one a quick reveal too. My game also freezes here for some reason.
A fire? Didn't you realize the Emperor's guards must have been looking for you everywhere? You should have known they would see you from miles away.
And to the right of that memory, you can quite clearly see the barrier that you need to punch through next. But before you jump through that barrier, take a look to your left and you are going to find your next relic. And then you want to punch on through to the other side. We're getting close to the end of this chapter. You want to keep following this path forward, and eventually you're going to need to do a bit of swimming whilst there's a bit of dialogue going on, but you pretty much just swim straight forward and get to the other side.
I still can't believe it. Kilotazi, and dust and ashes. It used to be so beautiful. The pinnacle of Yamran architecture. All my life I admired the minds behind those amazing structures. They could raise the most astonishing buildings out of nothing. I always wondered how they did it.
Once you're at the other side, we're going to get our last Druffle mushroom of the game. So hop into a mole, and then you want to dig under the rocks that are just behind you. So turn around, dig underneath, and then you want to hold down your left bumper to reveal the next mushroom. So when you're out on the other side, dig that one up, and that is the last mushroom that you're going to get as a mole. So it's the last hidden one underground, and then you want to grab the memory.
Hundreds of people must have worked down here. And died by the looks of it.
Okay, so once that is over and you've watched that little sequence, we're going to go for a bit of a swim. So you want to swim to the far side as possible. So hop in the water and you just literally want to keep going straight forward. And once you get to the other side.
Do you think the mine collapsed during the riots?
Now ahead of you on your left you'll see a cave, but you want to hug the rocks to the right and you want to go between this kind of tiny little gap, and at the end you're going to find the relic called Pyramid. Once you've done that, backtrack towards the cave entrance. You want to go to the left of it, don't go through it just yet. So as you go to the left, a little bit further along, look to your right and you're going to find the next sand mushroom. Once you have this one, we're going to go back to the cave I'm going to enter, and we're getting close to the end of the level finally. So push on forward until you reach the end of this particular area. And once you're at the end of this area, there is some kind of gold rocks. Walk forward to this little gap here, and behind the big rock on your left, you find your next relic. So once you've done that about face, and you want to go through the next tunnel, and you want to keep pushing forward, and you're going to hug a right as you're going through here. So as soon as you come out on the other side, stay to the right, and as you're coming up this hill, there is kind of a very well clouded passage. There's another mushroom inside. Once you've done that, head back to the main path. Once you're at the main path, on your front of you, you'll see a memory to pick up, but quite clearly behind the scaffolding is your next relic. So grab that one, and then you want to grab the memory. Once you've grabbed the memory, become a wombat. Now that you're a wombat, you can kind of continue forward. There's a tiny little gap in front of you. You want to squeeze out of this one. And then when you're out on the other side, there are no more collectibles in this level, thankfully. So once you're out and you're done lagging, switch back to being a wolf, and you want to follow the pathway up. And you'll trigger some little memories as you go. So it's worth just kind of making sure you follow the main path just to trip them. And once you get it to the end, you're going to have to possess a parrot, but the game will force you to do that. Okay, so then now that you're a parrot, you are in control of everything. We're going to go find our next legendary item. So, not legendary item, sorry, I apologise, the legendary animal. Now, you want to fly forward in this area in particular, and you'll see there's absolutely tons of parrots around. And one of the clues to actually finding this legendary animal is like it likes a lot of company. So, fly forward to this cave, and in the distance you're going to spot a tiny little white speck flying in front of you. You can just see it here. That is the legendary parrot that you need to possess to continue on. So keep tapping that A button to fly forward, and when you get close to him, give him that little possession. And then once you've got hold of him, you just need to continue forward to the end of the level. As you can see, I have absolutely terrible control before I'm possessing him. As you see, this is actually number 3, not number 4. The game does not know how to count, but this is the 3rd legendary animal. Now I get a little bit lost here, so I definitely wasn't drinking when I was trying to navigate this bit, but keep flying forward and eventually you'll exit into chapter 5. Okay, so now we're in chapter 5, and you're still an absolute legend of a parrot. You want to fly forward, and you're kind of going to go off the edge of the cliff, and you're in this very kind of sandy area, very desolate. Look to your left, and you're going to see an oasis. Now, down at that oasis is your first mushroom of the level, so fly down to the water. It is right between the trees, and it's right up in the bushes. It is one of the sandy needling mushrooms. Head over, use your right bumper to slow you down and hover in front of it and give it a quick examine. Now once you've done that, you want to fly towards the first tower in front of you, following the aqueducts along the way. As you get kind of closer, there is a door at the bottom of this tower. Inside that, you're going to find your next relic, and directly above that, you're going to find your next mushroom. So enter the tower and grab the relic first.
They were here before we were. People used to tell glorious tales of their achievements. Can't believe I get to witness their legacy firsthand. We never dared to set foot in these deserts when we lived here. Too many have gone.
Once you have that one, you want to fly on up. So as you're looking around, on the kind of right hand side, I think it is, you'll see the next kind of mushroom in this very odd location. Once you've picked this one up, you can actually fly out at the top of the tower. It's a little bit tricky to control at first. I'm just no good at it anyway, truthfully. Once you've done that, fly up and out. Once you're out, you want to keep going along these ruins here, so fly straight across to the next tower that is some distance ahead of you. Once you're there, you can go down through the top of this tower and you are going to find your next collectible. Okay, so once you've picked up this collectible, you want to fly back out at the top. So this one's a relic this time around. Once you've examined the relic, fly out through the top of the building, and nearby is going to be your next mushroom. It is underneath a rock and the kind of shade, so you'll see this fallen bit of the tower just here. Fly down and you want to give that one a quick examine. Once you've done that, we're going to go find legendary animal number 4, which is a buffalo, I believe in this case. So come away from this rock, you fly up a little bit, but you'll see these kind of ravines that are kind of going through the level. You can see him glowing straight ahead of us now, so just fly over to this guy and possess him to get the next legendary animal. Okay, so once you're in the buffalo, you want to take a left in the buffalo and follow the pathway down, so keep running forwards, and you can use the left trigger to ram stuff. So where there's kind of like these broken and kind of damaged walls, press the left trigger and he'll just smash them out of the way for you. Keep following this path down and eventually you're going to hit a bit of water. I do possess one of the ordinary buffaloes just to be certain that I've got all of the animals, so as you're coming down towards this bit where the dust is kicking up, switch over to one of the other buffaloes just to be sure. And then you're going to want to punch through the wall just to your right to give that a quick nudge. Stop being a buffalo for a little bit. And don't do what I do where I just kind of launch up in the air for some reason. But to the left of the wall that you just smashed through is your next mushroom. Go back to your buffalo. Punch through the wall again. And then you're going to punch through the next wall. And once you're here, you want to stop being a buffalo. And then just behind you, for some reason I get launched up in the air again, take a left through the wall that you just smashed, and you head all the way down to the back to the next mushroom that you can pick up. Okay, so from those mushrooms we want to backtrack and we want to take a right past your mate the buffalo, and on the right hand side you're going to find the next relic. Once you're done with that relic, we are going to go bag ourselves an achievement, which I think and I'm looking for you guys to tell me otherwise. I think it's in relation to the game called The Journey. I don't know. I don't play PlayStation. Make jokes about me too in the comment section for not doing that. You want to head over to the edge of the water on the left hand side, possess a wombat, and then you want to go across to the tiny little hole just in the corner. You want to go through here and you're going to grab yourself a scarf. So it's just literally a case of digging this one up here, and then you will get a piece of old cloth or fancy cloth, and then you're going to get the achievement Scarf Glider. Once you're done with that one, you want to exit out and you want to go back towards where your buffalo friend was. Now you want to cross over to the other side, and you want to kind of go back towards where that previous relic was, and you want to squeeze through the trees, and you're going to find your mushroom just on the shore here. You want to grab that one. Once you've done that, you want to jump into the water and swim to the other side, and there's a sandy kind of slope here. Head up to the top and go into the tower for your next mushroom, and once you've done that, you want to head outside and grab your next memory.
Another fire. If that's you and your people again, you really don't know how to cover your tracks. Of course Atavo and his men would see this. Unless that's what you were counting on.
Okay, once you've done that, you want to kind of head back down to the water, and down at the water you're going to possess a fish, and you want to jump through one of the holes that is on the far end. The best part about this bit is it's another sliding session, yet there are no mushrooms for you to try and get. So possess the fish, turn around, and then you want to swim and jump your way out onto that particular ledge and slide all the way down to the very end. Or just jump into the wall like I do. Anyway, once you get to the end, you will drop into this kind of oasis area where there are quite a few collectibles for us to get. I would also recommend, as you're doing this, is that you stick to the path that I do. I kind of try and hang a right as much as possible. There are multiple entrances into this kind of final part of this area, but staying to the right should leave you in a similar position to where I am. So stick to the right, yeah, and hopefully you can stay in sync with me when you land on the other side. Okay, so using that pillar as we kind of saw on the way down as a point of reference, and the fire, this is just beside a waterfall. Turn around, and you want to swim to the back a little bit, and you're going to find your water mushroom just here. And once you've done that, we're going to turn around and we're going to swim back in a little bit and go get the next water mushroom. So swim forward and take a left. As you're going forward, you want to keep coming down. And as you reach this pillar and you want to go underneath this pillar, you're going to find on the left hand side, just underneath this rock, is your next mushroom. Okay, so from this one we want to swim back a little bit. So turn around 180 and we're going to swim down. You eventually hit this log. Take a left at this log and you're going to keep going straight forward. And eventually you're going to come across another mushroom, which is on the left hand side. Keep following the pathway down. Once we've got this one, we're going to go after a relic. Okay, so backtrack and start swimming your way to the log again. You see the fire in the distance and you want to keep hanging a left. As you're swimming forward, you're eventually going to come across some tiles on the floor. They're actually quite well hidden and it doesn't look like a hole, but it is actually a hole. So as you're coming up on it here now, on the left you can see it. It looks like it's just filled with mud. Actually, you can just swim straight down into here. When you swim down, you're going to go find your next relic collectible. Once you've had that one, you want to swim out by kind of following the path forward. You need to swim up to the top of the tunnel and keep going through. And as you come out the other side, you want to take a left and you want to stick to the left. So as you're swimming forward, you'll eventually come across some cracked kind of slabs in the floor. I believe they're actually graves. And then you want to grab the mushroom that is between these. Now from this one, you want to turn around and you want to exit out of the water, and we're going to possess a turtle, which is your next animal of the game. Now I have a bit of a weird glitch here with this one, so I scan a couple of the turtles just to be sure. As you can see, turtles don't walk like this normally. So I jumped to the other turtle just to be certain, and I had to check on the other turtle just to make sure he was fine, he could still walk properly. Didn't really mean to do that, but push B to exit out. And from these turtles, and where you see these pillars just in front of you, you want to head straight forward, and we're going to go get the next mushroom. When you're on the other side of the water, take a right. Okay, and you want to swim across this part of the water, and as you're coming to the other side, you're going to see a bunch of turtles, and just behind the turtles is your next mushroom. So you see it here by the tree, in amongst the cantaloupes or whatever they are, pumpkins, I don't know. Grab the mushroom. Once you've done that, head back towards the memory, and I believe you want to give this one a scan.
Are these graves? This is horrible. There must be hundreds of bodies. Maybe thousands. Are these Machiruku? What happened here? Fire. You really did want them to see this, didn't you? Were you leading them somewhere?
Okay, so once that cutscene is over, we're going to go grab our next mushroom. So, want to head over to the left-hand side, so from where this memory is. You kind of push forward a little bit. Take a left at the end of the wall, and then you'll see some ruins kind of on the other side of the water. Swim across, and then your mushroom is going to be on your right hand side. Okay, now that we have this mushroom, it is time to become a parrot. If you walk down to the water's edge, you'll see a big cluster of these guys kind of flying around. You want to jump up and you want to possess one. Eventually. Okay, so once you're a parrot, you want to start making your way across towards the barrier, and there's a big tree on the right hand side. And underneath that barrier, the tree, you don't have to go through the barrier just yet for the record, you will find your next mushroom. Give that one a scan, and that is the next mushroom. You want to fly away from this mushroom, so following the roots out. Apologies for the bit of the dodgy cut there. Turn around and you want to go straight across to the other side. In front of you, you are going to find your next relic by these ducks that are just hovering on the floor. Pick that one up, and then just around the corner from the painted turtle shell, you're going to find the next mushroom. So follow the wall down, and then on the left hand side, and it's actually quite well hidden because of the sun and the tree itself. So it's just here right up against that tree. Once you've done that, this is going to allow you to progress forward, so we want to go smash through that barrier on the other side. Now once you smash through that barrier, stay to the right and you'll see a whole bunch of bamboo, and you can see a couple of elephants in there as well. You want to fly across that bamboo, and then you want to head down to the water's edge, and again you can see here is another mushroom. Stop being a bird, if you want to, that is. Also examine the mushroom. We're going to need to get into the elephant anyway at some point, so what I do is I transfer to another parrot by mistake, but then to the elephant, and this is the next animal of the game. One of the perks of the elephant, he can just push right on through this bamboo and it will get out of his way. Once you've done that, keep following the path to the right by the other elephants, and keep hanging a right and push through the bamboo again to find another relic. Okay, once we've got our relic, and you're still not sunk into the floor like I am for some reason, jump back into the elephant, and you want to push on through the next sets of bamboo for a little while. So push on, and then you take a right as you're coming out the other side, and you want to keep following the bamboo forward until you kind of get to a place where you can't get any further forward because you're too big as you're an elephant. Okay, so you eventually end up at this water section. You can already see straight ahead of us the next glowing mushroom. You can't get up there as wolf, so you're going to need to possess a fish. And you're going to have to do a bit of an awkward jump. I always failed at trying to get up here with wolf. So launch yourself up onto the side. Now I have a bit of a breakdown here for some reason, so I try and exit as wolf, but that really does actually quite backfire. I think I actually go back into the water. Yeah, so I apologize guys, I have to repossess a fish and then I have to jump back up again. Okay, so once you have that mushroom, you want to head back into the water. So in this case, to avoid screwing around again, I just hop around as a fish until I'm back in the water, and then you want to swim through the path just ahead. And when you're at the end of the path, you'll be able to jump up the small sequence of waterfalls. You need to be a fish at this point. If you're not a fish, you're going to have a hard time. It's also difficult to go back and get a fish, but hop up these waterfalls until you eventually hit the top. Once you've hit the top of the water, you want to exit being a fish and look onto your right, and you're going to find a sloth. This is the next animal in the game. Stop being a sloth because they don't move very fast. And you want to head over to the tree that is just behind this guy, and you want to pick up the next mushroom. We're now going to get our next legendary animal. So as you can see him to your left hanging up in the tree, it's a legendary sloth. Scan into the guy, and I get 6 out of 6 for some reason, even though this is 5 out of 6 at this point for the legendary animals. I should have not got this achievement at this time. I have no idea why. It counted things twice. And as you can see below our slothy friend, there is a mushroom that needs to be picked up. However, I get sent back down to the bottom for some reason. So use the sloth, get the mushroom, and then back out from being the sloth because he's not quick enough. Once you've done that, you want to continue forward to the main path until you get a cutscene. This moment reminds me of The Lion King. You know, one of the dark moments in The Lion King. So push forward to the actual cutscene. You're going to be in a section where you're going to need to possess one of the buffaloes, and you just keep running and following the other buffaloes until you are not able to see anything because of the sandstorm. Once that part's over, you'll be able to get some more collectibles.
Oh no. A sandstorm. Wolf, run!
Okay, so now that you are lost and separated from the herd, just push forward and you're going to want to smash through these walls. So knock them out the way, there's a couple of them, and eventually you hit this tiny little hole. Switch out to being a fox and you want to go through that hole. Okay, now that we're in this jungle area, continue along the main path. You eventually hit a memory and you want to give this a watch. Once you have collected that memory, you just want to walk a little bit further up the path and you're going to find the next one. You also want to pick that one up too. And you're actually going to have a mushroom on your right afterwards.
I never would have thought thought I'd set foot in an actual Machiruku city. This is unbelievable. These buildings are massive. I always wondered what happened to the Machiruku.
Okay, so once the cutscene's over, look to your right, go between the bushes just here, and you'll see the mushroom straight ahead of you. Okay, so on to the next mushroom. So spin around, and we want to go back past the memory, and you'll see just kind of this house that's on your left hand side. There is an opening in this building. Go in, and the mushroom is just by the tree. So once you have that one, spin around, and then you're going to want to walk out the entrance you came in, and then you'll see the buffalo guys just in front of you. You want to wander on over to the middle island, and you'll see a kind of gap in the building on your right. You want to head over into that one, and you are going to find your next collectible. I keep saying collectible, you're going to hear it 260 odd times, so I apologize. Now that you've got that one, you want to head back out to that main island, take a right, and then just in behind this tree and by this ruined piece of wall is the next mushroom. And then from this mushroom, we're going to go through the bamboo, which is just to your right again. We want to head to the edge of it. You don't actually need to be one of the elephant or the buffalo just to actually squeeze through this bit. Just go through the bushes and you'll come and hit this tree eventually, and then you're going to find the mushroom behind the tree. Once you've done that, you want to exit out via the bamboo, and you want to continue on the main path forward. So head past the turtle boys over here, and eventually you're going to hit a gap in the wall that you can kind of push on forwards through. Okay, so once you come into these red people, push on forward a little bit, and as you hit these trees, take a left, and there is this kind of broken part of the wall that's got a hole in it. Squeeze through as wolf, or you can go get the wombat if it's a little bit tricky. Grab the mushroom, and once you have that mushroom, head back to the wombats and possess one of them. Once you're in control of the wombat, go through the top right hand corner, so squeeze through the gap. As you come out the other side, you want to look to your right, and you want to run down the hill, and you're going to go through the left, and you want to go through the two openings. As you come out of the second opening, take a left, and you will see a kind of fallen tree and a bits of rubble everywhere. Take a left through this little gap just on the side by that tree. Don't follow the path of the red people, and get the next mushroom. Once you've done that, you want to exit out via the right. Head across, you're going to find a gap in a wall, and you want to take an immediate right and run all the way down to the end. And straight at the end is next mushroom. From this mushroom, we can get to the next relic, so turn around. And as you come up and follow the building to the right, just before the memory, enter the door. And in here, you're going to find the next relic. Pick that one up. Once you've done that, exit out and grab the memory. Now we're going to have a bit of a sequence where we're going to follow the red people down until we can possess a duck.
They got to you. No, they're holding the soldiers back so you can escape.
Okay, so once you reach this pond, grab a duck, as you do, and you want to fly out over the water, and you want to push on forward, just kind of like between the wall in front of you. And when you're above that kind of water section, you want to swap places with one of the fish that's underneath. So look down. Possess a fish, and then you'll see some gaps that you can follow. So follow the person for a little bit that keeps appearing in front of you, and then you'll need to make a detour in a little bit. Okay, now don't go to the left when you see this person appear. Keep going straight forward. Follow it around, and then you'll take a right through the gap in the door, and you're going to swim up into the next kind of relic or mushroom. It's a mushroom. There we go. It's behind the trees. Go between the trees and grab it. Once you've done that, exit out to the building, and you want to take a right, and we're going to make our way over to the shore. Okay, so now that you're on the shore, we're going to go get our next mushroom. So you kind of want to walk up the path a very tiny bit, but stick to the left. And your mushroom is between some of these rocks and underneath a tree. Once you have that one, go down the hill a little bit and stick to the left. Not too far down, you're going to find a doorway. And straight ahead of you is your next relic. Give it a grab. Okay, so once you have that one, we want to exit out of the building. To go out via the kind of the sandy door, get stuck on the floor as you're trying to do it. And we're going to go grab our next mushroom. So you want to continue forward, and you're going to take a bit of a right as you come out. Take a right again straight away. This is directly in front of the lake you were at earlier. Take a left, and then the mushroom is just kind of wedged in the corner over here. This is the 29th glowing mushroom, I think, if the game's been counting right all along. So turn around, take a right, and you want to go through this gap and exit to the left. You want to keep pushing forward. You want to go around the tree, and you'll see this big twisted tree in front of you. Underneath that, there's your next relic, which is actually the companion cube from the Portal series. Pick up that one, and you will bag yourself the Cake is a Lie achievement or trophy. Once you've got that, turn around, and we're going to push on through the main path. So head back a little bit, and you'll see this opening in the wall on your left hand side, and you want to go on through. Once you've gone through, keep going through, take a right, and you're going to eventually encounter your good friend the goat. Now behind the goat, as you can see, is a relic. The goat's actually quite useful in this. He does bring another skill set to the game. So first of all, go past the goat, get the relic, and then you want to possess the goat to keep going forward. Okay, so to introduce you to some of the goat mechanics, you can climb pretty much anything up that's got this kind of red mark on the front of it, or where the dust is. You walk up to it, and it uses incredible upper body strength and posable thumbs to climb walls, like so. And you want to keep hopping up until you get to the top. And then we're going to defy all logic in true goat fashion. We're going to walk across a wall. So keep pushing up. Eventually, you're going to get to a memory. Pick up this memory, and then, yeah, we're going to go do some absolutely mad stuff.
Is he stuck? You always were good with animals, weren't you? Oh no. Seems you made a friend.
Okay, so you can actually climb this wall in front of you, the one that's got these weird red markings on. So just walk into it and climb up it. Goats are known for doing this, so it's awesome. Keep walking across as you hit this ledge, hop over to the other side, and then there'll be a short cutscene. Once the cutscene is over, take a left and you're going to go find your next mushroom in amidst the ruins. Once you have picked up that mushroom, turn back to where you just kind of came up from, and you're going to see in front of you there's a little tiny wall which you're going to want to smash. Hold down the left trigger, you want to bash your way through it. And then you want to keep going down the path until you hit your next memory. And you want a good stare at the guy that's kind of sitting in the floor as you do. Good job, Billy Goat.
Remarkable. It must have taken ages to build this. These people built even more ambitious than we did. It seems they weren't quite able to finish it. What do you think happened?
Okay, so as you're pushing forward, you're going to eventually come across this wall that you can walk across. You want to head on across and go right across the other side. As you hit this bit here, you're going to walk down and you're going to see another goat that is just staring at a wall. Once you're at the goat that's staring at a wall, do not push forward. You want to kind of go upwards. If you push forwards, there's going to be a quick time event which you can't get out of, and then you have to restart the section again with the goat. Pick up the mushroom on the end, and then you're going to want to backtrack down to this quick time event that involves you just pushing A or X, or not any other button at all, but yeah. Turn around, walk back down the hill, and then it will trigger when you jump onto the next rock. Once you've safely made it to the other side, you want to give this mushroom a quick scan, and then we're going to transfer across to a parrot. So the parrots will fly by eventually. Transfer into one and keep flying forwards in the direction of where you were looking at for the mushroom, and stick to the right and you'll find this sandy ledge. Follow that around and your next relic is inside the cave at the very back. Pick this one up and then this is your next collectible. Okay, so once you have that collectible, fly back out again, but you want to go all the way down to the bottom. So fly all the way down, continuing to the right as you were before, and at the bottom you're going to come across a cave that does not let your parrot in because he's not allowed in. Switch over to being a wolf when you get to the cave, so hop out, and you'll see this mushroom very well tucked away in the corner. So as you can see, I'm getting denied entry, so I switched to being a wolf. And I really don't want the parrots to fly away because I need them to go up. So switch to wolf, and you might have to be quick here. Grab the mushroom, look to make sure the parrots are still here, and then go over to the parrots and possess one. And we're going to fly to the very top of the central structure, go all the way to the top of this piece, and you will find your next mushroom in top of the statue at the top. Okay, once you've got that one, we want to head down to the bottom. And you'll see there's the memory. Don't go to the memory just yet. Just fly down, and there's these set of stairs that are nearby. Once you've done that, you want to go down the stairs, and at the bottom of the stairs, you're going to get your next relic. So pick that one up, and once you've got that one, make your way back up to the top. Once you're back at the top, you want to take a right and you're going to go grab the next memory in the game.
What are they doing? But your little friend. Look. He made it. Poor thing. Look at you two.
Now that that memory is over, we're going to want to possess one of the nearby goats to push forward with the level. So find a goat. In this case, I walk to the one that is on the right hand side over here. Make your way over to him, and you're going to go around and smash through the walls until you get to the other side. And eventually you'll come to the barrier. You want to break through that barrier and keep pushing forwards. Okay, so once you've broken through the barrier, you'll see your next legendary animal ahead. So drop down at the right, hop up, don't go to the legendary animal just yet, you don't need to. take a right and you're going to find your next relic in the corner. And you want to turn around and you want to head back up to where you just climbed. And instead of going across the other side, we want to walk across the wall until we get to the legendary goat that is far away from people. So there he is. Walk across the wall. For some reason, I have already have this achievement. I shouldn't have unlocked it because I don't have all of the legendary animals, as you can see. So I've got the wombat, the parrot, the buffalo, the sloth, the armadillo, and I don't actually have this guy here. So transfer across to him, and as you can see, I get 7 out of 6 legendary animals, which is not right. You'll get your achievement here. I mean, we're just giving it 116% over here at the Achievement Squad. So yeah, that is your last legendary animal of the game. Backtrack across the rocks and you want to climb up to the intersection just where you were a moment ago. This time take a right. Once you've done that, you want to head up the left and keep climbing up. When you're at the top, don't go to the right of this intersection, go to the left and you'll find your next mushroom.
Looks like we could climb that whitish wall too. Let's get up there.
And once you have that mushroom, we're going to want to take a few steps back to the intersection and we're going to climb up the wall to the very top. Once you're at the top of the wall, you want to keep pushing forward and you want to hang a left. And you're going to come into contact with another mushroom. It's a red capless one this time. These are the last few mushrooms of the game now anyway, so we're getting very close to the end. There's a lot of mushrooms in this game. So we've got 11 left to go. Turn around and you see ahead of you there is a wall that you can climb. You need to backtrack down. Once you're at the bottom, use the wall to go up. Once you've done that, you want to keep walking up the walkway and eventually you will come across some icicles. So you see where this goat's hanging out, just to the left of him you're going to find your next relic. And you want to bust through the icicles that are just behind you. So use your left trigger or your L2, smash these guys and they will move. Use the walls to cross over to the opening ahead of you. So hop from one side to the other. Once you've done that, you want to continue forward, following the people up the path, getting stuck on invisible sticks and their hitboxes. Eventually, as you get to the area, you want to go into the cave and you will find a little group of red people with a little dog person. And some lag. Once you've done that, you want to make your way out of the cave and you want to keep pressing forwards. We're going to start getting some mushrooms now. So on the right hand side I experience a bit of screen lag here in this area in particular, but you're going to find your next mushroom and then you want to keep pushing forward. So keep following the main path. As you go through this section, you will come up on the left hand side, you're going to find another mushroom behind this rock. And again, once you've done it, you want to keep following the main path a little bit. So take a right. And you want to go through this particular gap in the wall and you want to keep going up, and as you're coming up you're going to hit some kind of rocks. There is a mushroom that is very kind of well hidden in this section in particular. Keep hanging a left and eventually you'll spot this, but it's a bit more of a trickier one to find, this one, because it's in amongst a lot of rocks. Once you have that mushroom, you want to exit out and you want to take a bit of a left. We're going to go off the path a little bit. So as you're kind of going up here, stick to the right. and you're going to see there are some wombats ahead. So keep hanging a right, and the wombats are hanging out in this cave where they're nice and warm. Possess one, and you're going to find your next collectible on the inside. Exit out again and be a goat. Once you're out, you want to keep sticking to the main path. So head over to the main path, and you'll come across this kind of ruin on the right hand side. You want to go into this ruin, and as you come in, you're going to spot some more collectibles. So up the hill, and just between these two branches, there is a relic for you to pick up. Okay, now we just need to push on with the main path. I apologize about the frame rate issues here. The game was lagging with me for the snow, and it does a little bit in the next area, so maybe it's time for an upgrade on something like my Xbox maybe. Anyway, push on, follow the path, and eventually you will come to a gap in the rocks that you can enter, not the tree. Once you come up to this gap, you'll be able to punch through the icicles using the left trigger to ram them out of the way. Now do not go to the right, go to the left this time, smash through more icicles, and at the top of the hill you're going to find the next mushroom. Pick that one up, and then directly behind you, smash through the next set of icicles, and you're going to find the relic. Once you've done that, go back to the main path and head down. Now there's an obvious mushroom on this path, so hop down, and this goat stood right next to it. Grab that one, and then you're going to start climbing up the walls. Push forward, and you want to jump to the other side, and then you want to make your way across the ledge, and then you want to climb on up. Once you get up, you're going to go across the other wall, and you want to make your way to the other side, and then you want to walk straight up the wall in front of you. At the top, take a right and continue through the main path, and you will progress forward. You'll hit this point where I get a little bit lost, but you can go up this wall just here, and then you want to keep climbing up and going to the left. And when you're at the top, you will find some wombats. Possess a wombat, and you want to squeeze through the tiny little gap that is just your left. But as you can see, I'm having a bit of a laggy time at the minute. Okay, so head down the hill. There's your wombat, who's face deep in snow. Keep sticking to the left, and as you're coming through, you're gonna find another collectible that you can pick up. So grab the relic. I believe this is the last relic for this chapter. Okay, so once you're done being a wombat, you want to follow the path across to this section, jump out. Now I get some frame rate issues in this section because of the amount of snow that kicks up. Technically, we are now in chapter 6, even though it's not told you. Stick to the right, and you want to keep hugging the wall around, and it gets very, very kind of snowy, very hard to see. Keep pushing forward on the right hand side. You're going to find your next collectible behind all of the rocks in the corner. It's very well hidden. Now from the mushroom we want to head back to the main path, and we want to push on up the main path. It does take a lot longer to walk around in this level, and that's because of the snow, cold and the wind causes the wolf to slow down and take his time with walking. A little bit frustrating, but nonetheless just keep pushing through. Keep walking till you get to the top of this path. It's also not great because of the frame rate issues I'm experiencing. Okay, so as you're starting to come up to the top of the path now, we're going to go find our next collectible. So as you're starting to hear, now you're actually formally in chapter 6. Go past this kind of left piece, and as you're walking up the hill, eventually you're going to come across a broken kind of trashed house in front of you. And inside we're going to find the next mushroom. Okay, as you can see, it takes a little while to get around, but now I'm coming up on this house. As you kind of enter it, take a left, and then there's a bit of a hole that you can enter. Once you've entered that hole, look to your right, and you're going to find the actual collectible behind the pillars in the corner, which is the next mushroom. Once we've got that, we can now go get the next relic. So exit out of this room and then to the left, and as you're going to the left you will see a kind of very large tower in front of you. You want to kind of walk towards that one, and once you get to the corner of the tower, take a left, and you want to follow it down to the end until you find the next relic. So this is the next relic, which is the fertility statue, and we're getting close to having all of our relics now actually picked up and finished. So head over to this one, take your sweet time as you're doing it, pick this one up, and once you've got this one, you want to head back to the front of the tower you were at a second ago. Once you hit the front of this tower, you want to head on in and you want to trigger the memory for quite a lengthy cutscene.
You were doing this for her, weren't you? For Wayla. You wanted revolution, but she didn't. She wanted them to understand. That's what you were doing now, trying to lead them to understand. By showing them the past. must mean. I'm Atavo. I'm your father. I'm the one who ordered your home to be burned down. The one who killed the woman you loved. Wait. Wolf! I'm sorry! Please! Where are you? Wolf. I didn't know, I swear. I'm a terrible person. No, I don't deserve your forgiveness.
Okay, once the lengthy cutscene is over, we want to keep moving forward. So keep following the path on the way up and keep going until you reach the end of the path. It gets very difficult to see here. The path is not actually the clearest because a lot of stuff starts kicking off the floor, but look out for the dirt. That is the clear sign you are going in the right direction. As you're pushing up the hill, you eventually come to these kind of two towers that you need to pass through, and you go across like a bit of a drawbridge scenario. Once you cross the other side, you want to make your way up the first set of stairs. At the top of the stairs, you want to take a right. The stairs are broken, they're not really stairs anymore. Take a right and you want to make your way all the way down to the end, and you are going to find your next mushroom that you need to pick up. Okay, so once you have that mushroom, you want to go up one floor. So turn around and make your way up. Once you're at the top, or once you've run through the wall like I do, head all the way to the top, take a left, and you want to sprint all the way down to the other side for your next collectible. Okay, so now that you've got mushroom number 23 out of 25, there's actually more than that, but it's what it says on the screen. You're getting closer to the end. We want to head back to the stairs and we want to go up, and we're going to go trigger the next memory. So at the top of the stairs, you're going to see the smoke, which is it's quite tough to see, but you want to head over to that and you want to trigger that one to spark another cutscene.
Just come with me already! What are you trying to prove? You've lost! Accept it!
I don't accept anything! It's your fault! All of it!
Kalani, stop!
Are you too afraid to open your eyes for once?
Stop!
Blindly following orders. Look around you!
Kalani, stop it! Kalani! What did you make me do?
I killed you. Wolf. I don't know what to say.
So once that cutscene is over, turn around and you are going to find your next relic of the game. So turn around, backtrack a little bit, and you want to pick that one up. Once you've got that one, we're going to make our way up the slope that we just passed. So we're going to backtrack past the memory. So head up the slope and you want to run all the way down to the far end. And you want to keep going past the memory, which was the last memory of the game, even though it's not, well, say achievement wise it's the last memory of the game, but it's not in other cases. You're going to find your next mushroom. Pick that one up. We've got one more to go after that. Around this area there should be some wombats for you to possess. So once you spot one of those guys, jump into their brain and then go back towards the mushroom and you can enter this area. And once you go inside, we're going to start getting some more achievements, or trophies. You'll bag an achievement now for actually finding a giant golden statue called The World Is Yours as the achievement. You want to pick up the relic from the floor just here, and then you're going to make your way over to the very far corner. I do not recommend you switch back to Wolf at this section. I had a very strange bug last time where I just didn't reappear. So follow the hole around. You can see the next relic in the corner. Make your way over to that one. So this next relic is actually a Triforce. For those of you who've played Zelda, it is one of the main things in that game. One of the main relics. You'll bag yourself the achievement. It's dangerous to go alone, so you'll bag yourself that achievement. Once you've done that, you want to head around the edge still. You'll see a couple of your wombat friends ahead of you, and you want to go down the hole that is beside them. Once you come out of the other side, you can safely switch back to Wolf, and my wombat dips his nose into the mud. You want to keep following the actual main track forward, and as you're pushing on, you will come across your very last mushroom of the game very quickly. So as you're heading up the main path, it is on the left-hand side. As you see, I'm precautious just to make sure I don't miss it. It is just behind this rock here. This will bag you the achievement for finding every mushroom in the game. That is all 140 something of them. Once you've done that, you want to follow the main path to the end, and you're going to see a cutscene with an eagle. And when you jump into this eagle, you're going to get the achievement for scanning and being all of the animals in the game, if you've been following along. Okay, so once you're an eagle, you want to exit the cave and you want to fly down. And this is a case of pretty much going forward like you did with the parrots earlier. So just keep flying in a straight line. So eventually you'll come across kind of like water and a memory. There are no collectibles in this bit, you just literally keep flying along and listening to the dialogue. Okay, you're starting to get to the end now, and once you see this red smoke in the head, this is supposedly the last memory of the game, but you actually get the achievement for the previous memory. Head over onto it, and then you want to push Y to inspect it to initiate a very large cutscene that transitions you into Chapter 7.
Is that... I remember now. I gave you a funeral here. I know you didn't believe in the ritual, Kalani, but this meant a lot to me. Kalani, I finally realized what you were trying to tell me with all this. Why you brought me here. I was wrong about it all. I've always been. It was never you who needed guidance to the City of Light, was it? It was me. I'm the Lost Ember. Do you see this? Do you know what this means? That's the City of Light. It has to be. Am I invited in?
Okay, so we are now in Chapter 7, the shortest chapter in the game. And the moment you spawn in, literally directly in front of you, you can't make it out because of the light, but the collectible is directly on the floor. Pick this one up and this will bag you the achievement for finding all of the collectibles in the game. And then there is one last achievement called You're Breathtaking, which seems to be a little bit bugged at the moment. So what you need to do, head forward, finish the game and watch the cutscene. And then what I had to do was reboot up Chapter 7, and when I log back in, you will get the achievement. So run forward, enjoying the final cutscene, and then boot back up the game.
No, no! Wait! What just happened? Wasn't that the City of Light? I don't understand. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe there isn't even such a thing. Maybe this whole idea. Who even needs it anyway? If there's one thing I learned, it's that you and me, Wolf, that's really all I needed. What? Kalani? But I... Wolf. Thank you.
Okay, so as you can see, I'm back on the loading screen. What I do is I literally log back in, I tap the continue button, I'm going to cut the loading screen out, and it just boots up and says you're breathtaking right before I have finished the level again. It doesn't pop at the end anyway, for some reason. I've been Drastic here from the Achievement Squad. Hopefully you find this guide useful. Make sure you like, comment and subscribe, and happy hunting!